committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order Number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by a roll call vote. We'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states they're present, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know. Mr. Clark.
Representative Allegro.
Present in the room.
Representative Bailey.
Present in the room.
Representative Fellows.
I'm home alone.
Representative No.
I am present. I'm home at my home, and my wife is in the house as well.
Representative Goley.
I am home and my wife is in the other room.
Representative Groda.
Home in my office alone.
Representative Judy.
I'm home. My wife, she's at the hospital.
Hospital?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm home alone.
hope for the best.
Thank you.
Representative Lanzara.
I'll be mobile today in Nashua. There may be people around.
Representative Lekis. Present in the committee room. Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien going twice. We'll wait for him, I guess. Representative Pearson.
I'm sorry, Representative O'Brien is here. He seems to be trying to unmute himself.
Okay. I'll come back to him.
Okay.
Representative Pearson.
Representative Pearson's here. I'm in Manchester today.
Representative Roy.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Santonastasso.
I'm here alone in Keene, New Hampshire.
Representative Schmidt.
I am present in my home office in Dover, and I am alone.
Representative Schuett.
Representative Schuett reporting in from her home in Pembroke.
Present and accounted for. Representative Schultz.
I am at my residence in Concord. My husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room. Thank you.
The clerk is here in the room, and Representative Yakubovich. No, not here yet, I guess. Going back to Representative O'Brien, have you unmuted?
Thank you for getting back to me. I'm present. I'm at home in Nashua, and I get grandkids all over the place. Thank you.
Okay. Representative McGuire, everyone is here, except for Yakubovich at this point.
All right, thank you. He is traveling today. I'll check with him and see if.
Okay.
All right. In any event, well, We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 21, and I call the prime sponsor, Senator Sherman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Senator Tom Sherman. I represent District 24, which is 11 towns on the Seacoast. And I'm introducing SB 21. It's a very straightforward correction of statute. And the story is that in 2019, the Greenland House delegation brought forward HB 243, which would have added an additional member to the Pease Development Authority Board of Directors. That would have actually, it would have meant changing the size of the board and was felt by the board to potentially be somewhat disruptive. And in a compromise on the Senate side, we were able to agree to Portsmouth giving up half of a representative and letting Greenland have that half. So rather than changing the size of the PDA board, it simply replaced one half of Portsmouth's representation. And so there would be a shared representative from Newington and Greenland. Unfortunately, and it wasn't caught until the governor was about to sign the bill, in redrafting with the amendment, the original language of the bill that changed the size of the PDA board and the subsequent quorum was not eliminated from the bill. So with the understanding that we would be filing the correction in 2020, the governor went ahead and signed the bill. The effective date of the original bill is not until next month, which is April 30th, 2021. So nothing was going to happen to the Pease Development Authority Board until the end of April of this year. And so I filed SB 592 last year, which was a victim of COVID. It was, of course, felt to be very important because we had to correct that quorum requirement. Otherwise, the board would not be able to function. When it was tabled, it was then incorporated into one of the omnibus bills. And you may remember, I can't remember the exact number of that omnibus bill, but it was massive. And it was all administrative corrections, and it was vetoed. So we are left still needing to make that simple correction. This is a very, very short bill. It makes the correction in the quorum requirement by repealing the part of the bill from 2019 that should not have been in there. As you and I have discussed, Madam Chair, that the Senate expedited this with a goal of trying to get this in front of the governor before the end of April so that the quorum requirement will not impact the board in any kind of negative way. So I would appreciate the support of the committee and expedited executive action so that this could go to the full House and to the governor's desk with a goal of getting it there before the original bill had any impact. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, I'm looking at the RSA as it stands right now, and you mentioned that the bill was originally at the request of Greenland, but that they're not mentioned as a member. Is that the member that's nominated by the majority vote of the legislative delegation of Stratford County?
Let me look back at the bill. Yes, in the original bill, which was 256 that has been incorporated, you'll see now in the RSA under section 256.1, Roman 1, F, one member appointed jointly by the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Greenland and the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Newington.
Representative Fellows, it may not be in the RSA you're looking at because the effective date is not until the end of next month.
Right. Thank you. I was.
It's, it is actually, the RSA is on the state website, with a note at the end saying it, effective until April 30th.
Representative Lekis reports that the state website provides print of the statute. Okay.
You were garbled, Madam Chair. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. Lekis reports that the state website includes both versions of that piece of statute with a note of the effective date when one changes to the other.
Thank you. That came through loud and clear.
Very good. Representative Schmidt, do you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to say, as chairman of the Stratford County delegation, which does nominate one member of the board, I can confirm that that this is not part of our responsibility.
I'm sorry, not part of whose responsibility to do what?
The Stratford County delegation has one nomination for a member of the board of Pease Development Authority, but we have no involvement with the issue in question.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Senator Sherman? All right, seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 21? Please raise your hand if you do. All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 21. Someone care to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to move on to pass for Senate Bill 21.
Second by Representative Schmidt.
All right. You should speak to your motion.
I think we just had the discussion we needed. I mean, this is a correction that is time critical and we should move forward with it.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak?
No, that remark was entirely on point and satisfactory.
Excellent. I'm glad.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
pardon me, who made the motion?
Representative Lekis.
Thank you. All we could see is that it was coming from the committee room. Thank you.
Yes, well, that's. All right. Any further discussion on the motion or on the bill, Representative Bailey? No, you're not making questions, comments? All right. In that case, the motion is ought to pass on Senate Bill 21. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich. Not present. Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzari.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso. He was here a minute ago.
Who's there? I see him.
Yes.
Representative Foley.
Yes.
Representative Schillett.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
Looks like 18-0.
Does anyone object to consent? All right, seeing none, we'll put it on consent. And Representative Lucas, if you could have a blurb at your very earliest convenience, I would appreciate it.
Sure.
That way we can get it on for next session.
This evening, okay?
That's fine. I was expecting this to take a little longer. In that case, why don't we move on to House Bill 417, and I'd like to move ought to pass, and I present Amendment 0973H.
Second.
0937.
973H.
The motion is adoption.
Correct. Yes, you may.
A second.
I believe this was distributed to everyone yesterday. It incorporates the changes that were pointed out as necessary on Monday. You'll notice on page 1 on line 15, it starts the automatic extension if the legislature is unable to convene as requested. And on page, there, that goes there. And if you go on to page 2, line 15 is a new paragraph that requires the fiscal committee to be involved according to normal procedures if the amount exceeds $100,000. That also is requested.
Roy?
Second. I made the motion. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion?
Yes, I wish to be heard.
Okay, Representative Goley got there first, and then Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting this amendment. Well, I don't believe we really needed to touch the governor's declared state of emergency portion because it could be removed at any time with a concurrent resolution. I think this is a good compromise, knowing that executive orders should be, the balance of power should be in check with the governor's executive orders during a state of emergency. And by extending the state of emergency out to 30 days, it makes it more reasonable. Also, I think it's very important that the fiscal committee have a look and a say on how money coming in is spent, especially as we saw in this pandemic, tens of millions of dollars coming into the state. I believe the Joint Fiscal Committee should be looking at those dollars and making sure they're spent wisely. So with these changes, I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I have said before, and I continue to assert, this is premature. We are not going to be affecting the current situation, which is the cause of the consternation on the part of some portion of our population. And a 30-day renewal process is sounds workable, but in many cases, it won't be necessary because most emergencies are quite time limited and either regional or local, and this would be unnecessary in those types of situations to call the legislature in to renew it, because it's going to take another week or 10 days is a waste of everyone's effort, time, and expense. And in the case of a situation such as we currently face, or in the event of a potential nuclear emergency at Seabrook, the time frame would be unknowable in length. And what we should be doing is retaining this bill to work on it, because I don't think that this methodology is workable or necessary in most circumstances, and unworkable in a true emergency of the nature we currently confront. So I'll be voting no, and opposing it on the House floor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fontenot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess excuse my ignorance or inexperience on this. I'm just trying to clarify on the page 2, paragraph 15, regarding acceptance of any federal, private, or other grant in exceeds $100,000. Does this also clarify that finance committee, fiscal committee approval for expenditures of those funds after they've been received?
Representative Fontenot, that is in RSA 1430-A Roman 6. It's part of their normal procedure, so it doesn't need to be specified here.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Allegro.
We're sitting smack in the middle of precedent that's pertinent to this bill. So to suggest that it's not needed because most emergencies won't require the measures in this bill, I don't understand. So I will be supporting this bill in light of the possibility of future emergencies similar to this one. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'd like to say something that the reason that we can, the reason that the initial state of emergency is extended to 30 days rather than 21 is to make sure that we don't get involved in the sort of routine weather-related emergencies. We don't need to be involved. We don't want to be involved, and they're almost entirely over by 30 days. So I think we can, that addresses that issue. And regard to not necessary, this is the first emergency that has required this sort of extensions. And what it did is that it showed some of the weaknesses in the current statute that allows the governor to accept hundreds of millions of dollars with no oversight. All right, so that's a concern. Some of the executive orders were felt by many people as excessive, and there was no oversight. So all that the legislature had was the blunt hammer of saying, we'll end the state of emergency, and that was not feasible. We could have done it when we met in May and June, but it wouldn't have been effective because most people felt that we were in an emergency. No matter how many of the executive orders they disagreed with, they couldn't say there was no emergency at that time. So this gives the legislature, the policy-making arm of government, the authority to be more nuanced and deal with the executive orders one at a time rather than, just totally end the state of emergency. And so I think this is a good start. We have already retained House Bill 275 to see if there are other issues that need to be addressed. But this simply deals with the issue of oversight. Okay, we have some more comments. Representative Schuett. Oh, sorry. Representative Schuett.
Yes, I'm looking for my unmute. Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to point out to Representative Fontenot that at our previous discussion of the former amendment proposed to this bill, we had asked for just a cross-reference to that statute for the fiscal committee rather than any further fleshing out.
Thank you. Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I crafted this bill, the primary purpose for it, or at least driving factor to me, was my inability to answer my constituents as to what was going on. You know, the governor passed a lot of orders. Some people agreed, some people disagreed. That's really here nor there for this. But the problem was lack of communication. I don't know about the rest of you, but I found out about a lot of these things the same way my constituents did when it came out in the news. And they would call me or write me and say, hey, what's this about? And I'd have to say, I have no idea. Now, as this goes on for a year, you know, 30 days, it is what it is. But when we get into 6, 7, 8, 9 months, and all I can say is, I don't know. That's not my job as a representative to represent the people in government. We have to be able to at least give them answers and know what is going on. Having oversight is even better. But just as a starting point, to be able to answer my constituents what is happening to them and why, to me is of utmost importance. So that's what I have to say.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like a clarification, and it's about the change that's on the first page. So what would happen if the House and the Senate met, but in one chamber, you know, voted in the majority to, are they supposed to vote to continue or to terminate? In this, they can vote to.
Under this amendment, Representative Fellows, the vote is to continue the state of emergency. And if either house voted no, it would not continue.
Thank you. That was what I was trying to figure out.
Representative Blackus?
It's following on to what Representative Roy said. After the 30 days, if the legislature gets involved in reviewing the executive orders, even if the legislature approves every one of them, at least they are representing their constituents and, you know, having presumably people will come and testify and there'll be a possibility for the public to comment on them, you know, if it went before a committee like any other hearing, at least that's a possibility. And the legislature has, I think, an obligation as to be involved in the process and represent the people. And we haven't been able to do that over the last year.
Anyone else? Representative Saitek.
I just might mention to Representative Schmidt that I would not let the perfect be the enemy of the good in this case. As the chair has pointed out, we're retaining a bill that can amend or address concerns that you might think of in the meantime. So I've listened to what you said, and that's my thought about it. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, I want to state that I concur with several of the previous speakers that the handling of this present situation has not been without flaws, and the disregarding of the Joint Fiscal Committee's rightful involvement in the disbursement of funds, acceptance of funds, and so forth is a particularly egregious example of that. A number of the executive orders that the governor has issued also have caused a lot of consternation among a lot of us because of the lack of transparency and so forth. So I don't dispute that there is cause for the legislature to look into this, but this bill will not impact the current situation where the governor has acted somewhat high-handedly, in my opinion. And I absolutely agree that the legislature should be involved in amending the current statutory situation. It's just that this bill does nothing to curb the governor's potential abuse of his powers in the current circumstance, and therefore it does not remedy the current situation. And it's unlikely that we could pass a bill that would do that under the circumstances. So I'm all in favor of making a number of changes, but I would like to get much more involvement of other committees and the other body and so forth. So I'm not hostile to any of those objectives. It's just that we don't accomplish it with this bill. And some of the current fixes, I think, are not that workable, and they deserve further deliberation and greater involvement than we can give it under these current time constraints. So I respect my colleagues' positions on this, but I think that that this bill is not that workable, and it doesn't resolve the current problems with the governor's maintenance of his authority.
Thank you. Representative Baroda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is a good start, and I'll be supporting this amendment. I particularly like the fact that if we can't meet the executive orders, continues in 14-day increments, which seems to me very reasonable. I do like the, like is not the right word, I support the involvement of the legislature, actually the Governor's Council, in the fiscal responsibility that the governor has when it comes to accepting money. And I do like the fact that if in every place that there's legislative inclusion, there is a contingency if we can't meet. So I think that this is an improvement of what we had. We didn't know what we really didn't know what we needed until we were put in this position. And now we have something to use. Hopefully we won't need to use it, but it will give us it'll give us more guidance than what we have now. So I appreciate the amendment, and I will support it.
Thank you. Representative Blackus and then Representative Fellows.
So I'd like to address the first point Representative Schmidt brought up, and I have to agree with him entirely. I would like to see something done to get the legislature more involved now. I think the effective date of this was selected because there were concerns the governor would veto a bill that interfered with the current state of emergency. If that weren't an issue, I would certainly, want the effective date to be upon passage. So at this point, there's nothing we can do about the current state of emergency unless we're willing to support HCR 2, which would completely end it, but that's a separate discussion. And as the second point, I don't see why it's not workable. I mean, there could be, if you think about what's happened over the last year, there were certainly periods where the legislature, maybe it could have met, maybe not, but some of the times, given the knowledge at the time, we probably would not have met. We probably would have thought we could not meet. And this deals with that. I mean, the emergency could be extended if the governor wanted, 14 days at a time. But but we have met over the last year. So certainly there were opportunities for the legislature to review and either approve or not approve, the emergency orders. And, if this had been in place, if nothing else, I think the governor would have had more open discussions with the legislature about what he wanted to do, because, we would have had the ability to, we would have actually had to approve if we could meet the emergency orders, and he would have known that. And I think there would have been, more discussion and more feedback, whether or not we actually chose to meet, or not. So, while certainly there could be circumstances we couldn't meet and the bill anticipates it, I don't see if the whole scheme is unworkable.
Representative Fellows?
I'm okay. I had put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? All right. In that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0973H. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakovovich? So vote. Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Dolly?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy?
We.
I think that was it.
Yes, that's your we.
Schmidt?
You're garbled. If you said my name, my vote is no.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
Yes.
Representative no.
Yes.
Representative Groden?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
And the chair,
Yes.
17-1.
All right, the amendment is adopted. Representative Roy moves ought to pass with amendment,
I'll second.
seconded by Representative Lekis. Do you wish to speak to your motion, Representative?
No, I think we said all we need to say.
Representative Lekis?
I agree.
All right. Since that's probably because the amendment replaces the entire bill. All right, in that case, anyone else wish to speak?
Madam Chair, I will just say thank you for making it clear who's making the motions.
Glad to help. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One aspect that I did not address in the remarks on the amendment is that we've had, to my knowledge, no input from the governor's office or from the other body or from the public. So given the fact that we are not changing the current situation at all, this is premature and we should go at this hammer and tongs because the fact that the bill might have a number of very good provisions in it, and I agree with them. I still think the workability issue, it's like a table that has 3 good legs and 1 bad leg. The fact that the 3 good legs are fine won't keep the table standing up if the bad leg fails. So there doesn't have to be a total unworkability in order for the bill to not be functional. And I think we need more involvement from more people and more expertise in order to come up with all the changes that need to be made. And therefore, I will vote against the bill as amended for the same reason I oppose the amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, then. The motion is ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 417. The clerk will call the roll.
Amendment 0973H. Representative Roy?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson?
Yes.
Representative Yakovovich? He wasn't present when the question was put. Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Allegro?
Yes.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Lanzara?
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Representative Dolly?
Yes.
Representative Schuett?
Yes.
Representative Judy? Representative Judy?
Oui, monsieur.
Says yes.
You're seeing.
Right, we.
Representative Schmidt?
No.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Fellows?
No.
Representative Plump?
Yes.
Representative Groden?
Yes.
Representative O'Brien?
Yes.
Chair,
Yes.
16-2.
All right. Is there going to be a majority?
Madam Chair, you did not raise the issue of the consent calendar, but I object to consent.
I was asking already Representative Schmidt if there was going to be a minority report. I object to consent as well.
I will write a minority report.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you. We will put it on the regular calendar and Representative Schmidt will write a minority report. All right. Thank you all, and I am truly impressed with the timing. We have a minute and a half before, well, actually, half a minute before we start the next public hearing, so good job all.
Question.
Yes.
Are you going to be advocating ITL?
Can't advocate for change, so.
I'm deliberating with how I will phrase my minority report.
I'm asking this for the sake of the form. I don't think you have to answer, but it would be nice if you did.
Actually, Representative Schmidt, your choices are to recommend ought to pass without the amendment or ITL because retain is not an acceptable motion on the floor.
Okay, well, that would have been my preference, but I appreciate the clarification. In that case, I will recommend ITL.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all for your thoughtful commentary on the bill.
Yours.
All right, it being 10:45, I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 15. And we will call on the prime sponsor, Senator Carson, as soon as we can get her over here.
Madam Chair, she is listed in the attendees list.
Yes, we're working, changing her over.
Okay, thank you.
She's in. Very good. Senator Carson, you can unmute yourself and
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the House Executive Departments and Administration Committee. It's good to see all of your faces after the COVID year that we've had. So I'm going to begin by, first of all, thanking you for the work that you've done on the House bills. We started hearing the House bills last week, and some of them are on the Senate calendar this week. And we just had a fabulous hearing on the proposal by a group of children from Hollis on the New Hampshire jumping spider. So thank you again for all your hard work. Madam Chair, this morning I am presenting to you Senate Bill 15, which is relative to the ratification of amendments to the state building code. This bill ratifies certain amendments to the state building code and the state fire code. Madam Chair, this bill has been around for at least a year. As you know, they can't, the board cannot ratify amendments without getting legislative approval. And there was a bill last year that passed House ED&A, and it came to the Senate, and we ceased operations. And so what ended up happening, it got put into one of the omnibus bills, which was House Bill 1234, which we know was vetoed by the governor. So this year I filed Senate Bill 15. We do know that they need to get these amendments adopted. They're long overdue. And again, that's why you have this bill today. So at this point, I will stop talking and be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
thank you, Senator. Are there questions? Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if this is best answered by the senator or by you. And my question is, how do these changes relate to the bill that we heard earlier that seemed to be on a similar topic?
Senate Bill 15 is identical to House Bill 72 as submitted. It does not include the amendment that we passed to House Bill 72. And if this were to go forward, we would have to incorporate that, plus other additions that I believe Marshall Parisi wants to talk about.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Marshall Parisi.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Paul Parisi, and it is my privilege to serve as the State Fire Marshal. And I am here this morning in support of Senate Bill 15, the ratification of the amendments for the state and building, state fire and building codes. As Senator Carson pointed out, this was brought forward last year in House Bill 1234. Unfortunately, that was vetoed by the governor, but it was, I think it held support both in the House and the Senate with relative to how both the chambers looked at this. The amendments that the Board of Fire Control do or pass expire after 12 months if they're not ratified by the General Court. So what the Board of Fire Control did this past December was they re-ratified the amendments that they had previously adopted so that they would be fresh and still in play for you to ratify this legislative session. So as Representative McGuire pointed out, we would suggest an amendment which essentially mirrors the amendment that you folks did to House Bill 72, which would encompass the 4 exhibits that the Board of Fire Control took under consideration and passed this past December and was approved by the Commissioner of Safety in January. And those are exhibits 20-04, 15, 2005, 15, 2006, 15, and 2007, 15. And then as Representative McGuire also pointed out, I believe that there has been interest on the building code side to adopt what I believe is called Appendix Q, which deals with tiny houses, because the building code nor the fire code really address tiny houses right now. So that's all I have, Madam Chair. I'd be certainly happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Marshall. I didn't quite get my hand up quickly enough to ask the question of Senator Carson, and I believe she has left the meeting at this point. But are you aware whether the Senate is on board with the changes that you just referenced that we made to our bill, which improved it, in my opinion? And the question is whether the Senate has any knowledge of it and has taken any position on it, even subsequently.
Thank you for the question, Representative Schmidt. I don't believe they've taken it up yet, so I shouldn't offer an opinion.
Okay.
Representative Schmidt, I can help you with that.
Thank you.
72 has not yet passed the House with the amendment. I have spoken to Senator Carson and Senator Reagan and others who have been involved in building code issues in the past. They support the amendment. They also support the additional amendment to add Section Q on tiny houses. I don't know how widespread that support is, but at least some people have expressed support.
Well, thank you very much, because I think that's very important that we wind up with a successful bill this time, hoping that the governor will not veto this one. So thank you for your efforts already on this, and let's stay tuned.
Okay, Representative Blackus.
Yes, for the fire marshal. I saw the exhibits that were sent, although I haven't yet looked at them in detail. Is the changes requested related to tiny houses one of them, and if so, which exhibit was that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. They are not. That was something that's coming up under the Building Code Review Board, and an amendment that they would be proposing.
Well,
Yes.
Could we get a copy of that sent to the committee? I'd like to see it before we accept this.
I believe that the Building Code Review Board can provide it. I'll ask them to.
Thank you.
Right. Representative Schuett?
Thank you. This is a question of the chair. Since we don't actually have a proposal yet regarding the tiny houses, is it the plan of the chair to hold this bill until such time as we may have that?
I think that's one thing we could do. Senator Carson and I agreed that one of the bills will be amended to contain all of the pieces and sent to the governor, and the other one will be retained in committee, whether our committee or hers, to pick up any further changes this year. And, or in case of emergency, but we definitely want to get one bill and send it to the governor without it being in an omnibus containing elements that could be needed.
Right, understandable. So you'll just be working with Senator Carson to see which bill suits the timing the best?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Any other questions for Marshall Parisi? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call on Mr. Ari Pollock.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ari Pollock. I'm an attorney at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm also a registered lobbyist for the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. I really just wanted to join and supply for your record the support of the Home Builders Association as a stakeholder in discussions relating to building and fire code amendments as they've been processed through the Building Code Review Board and the state's Fire Control Board. And I agree with the procedural history provided by Senator Carson and Fire Marshal Parisi that this subject matter was well pawed through in the past, and it unfortunately was a victim of an omnibus gathering of other subject matter. We would also support the amendment to the more recent exhibit amendments to the fire code, as the fire marshal had referenced, and also an amendment to add reference to Appendix Q of the International Residential Code. Those are all matters that our association have supported. And just by way of explanation, Exhibit Q or Appendix Q is a document that relates to newer versions of the code than is what is now in place and adopted in New Hampshire. And it would fill a void for the 2015 code to bring that appendix forward and make it part of our operating code here in the state. And so that's why that subject matter is coming forward as a separate matter and as an amendment. So we would support all of the above and appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Other questions from Mr. Pollock? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Pollock, just to double confirm, so you're totally supportive of the amendments that the House is either that this committee has already adopted or recommended, and in all the forms that we've discussed this morning.
That's correct, Representative. We support the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 72 as amended and Senate Bill 15 with the amendments we've discussed this morning.
Okay, just for that, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Pollock.
My pleasure.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 15? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one additional question. With your allowance, may I ask Fire Marshal Parisi, please?
Still here? Yes.
Fire Marshal, thank you for taking the question. believe it or not, I'm familiar with Appendix Q that was mentioned by Attorney Pollock. You're okay with that if that does come in with this particular bill? And can you just, give us your opinion on that, please?
Thank you for the question, Representative O'Brien. Good to see you this morning. Yes, we are good with that. Currently, I think we need to have some guardrails on what we're going to do with tiny houses, and this would do that for both the code official as well as the builder. So it's a good addition to the bill. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 15? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Unless somebody has prepared an amendment, I haven't seen, I don't think we can execute. And we have 15 minutes until our next hearing, so let's take a short break.
Oh, okay.
No, we can't do 141 until after we have the hearing on the amendment.
In reference to that, that's okay.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to say this is an example of the kind of serious and fruitful work that this committee can produce, and especially your efforts in staying on top of the differences between what we've already adopted in this committee and but hasn't gone through the House yet, and what the Senate is bringing us. This is very important, and you see the support of not only Attorney Pollock but the Fire Marshal, and so your efforts in maintaining contact with the Senate committee are very much appreciated by all of us, I'm sure.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt.
Madam Chair, would you like me to pursue an amendment for Senate Bill 15?
The room has been muted, Representative Grota, so
Oh,
she
okay.
can't, I mean, she can talk.
Well,
but
I
you
know
can't
everyone's
hear her.
standing there, so I'm assuming they couldn't hear me. I'll ask a question when we come back.
Yeah,
All right, thanks.
sure.
That was so good. So it's massive.
We are unmuted and
Excellent.
Marshall's still hanging around.
I check this one. All right, welcome back to House ED. I'm opening the hearing on House Senate Bill 106, and I call Senator Carson.
There we go. Good morning, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this morning Senate Bill 106, which deals with adopting omnibus legislation related to codes. There are two parts of this bill. The first is repealing the voluntary fire service equipment certification. And the second is establishing a committee to study adopting changes to the state fire and building codes. Madam Chair, how would you like me to proceed? Would you like me to just talk about the first part of the bill and then allow other testimony and then continue on to part two, or would you like me to do them both at the same time?
I think for purposes of our understanding, we'd rather do it section by section.
Okay.
Position to you, but on the bigger omnibuses, but it will help us a great deal.
Not a problem, Madam Chair. Okay, so the first bill, the first one's fairly easy. The repealing the voluntary fire service equipment certification. This bill was filed at the request of the state fire marshal's office. And I believe the fire marshal is here to discuss with you why he wanted this legislation filed. And with that, I will conclude my testimony and go back into the waiting room.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Marshal Parisi.
Good morning once again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Paul Parisi, and I am still the State Fire Marshal. And I am here in support of Senate Bill 106, Part 1, which repeals the Voluntary Fire Service Equipment Certification Program. This program was established under Senate Bill 355 back in 2004 and went into effect on January 1st of 2005. The program was initially established to encourage service technicians who are installing and servicing fire equipment, such as fire alarm systems, sprinkler systems, and so forth, to be certified in New Hampshire. And in order to be certified, they would have to prove proficiency through an outside credentialing agency, such as the National Institute of Certification in Engineering Technology, or NICET, the International Code Council, which is ICC. They would have to have been a current professional engineer or something similar. And it was envisioned that someday this program would become mandatory, and then it would tighten up the fly-by-night actors in the business who are not sufficiently trained or educated to conduct these operations. The program was originally had an advisory committee that was established to assist the commissioner in rulemaking requirements. The committee was repealed under House Bill 1690 in 2010, and since then the law has remained unchanged, as had the administrative rules, which were SAFE-C 1200. In 2019, we began reviewing the possibility of readopting SAFE-C 1200, and we conducted an analysis of the program and determined that there were fewer than 20 participants in the program, and the revenue was under $1,000 annually. We contacted various stakeholders in the trade, as well as fire service folks, and we came to the conclusion that there was little value in keeping the voluntary program. We do think that there's value in someday bringing it back as a mandatory program if all of the stakeholders are in agreement to do so. So with that, we advocate that that you repeal the program under RSA 153(5)(a), and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Fire Marshal, for taking my question. Maybe it isn't relevant, but I would appreciate your explanation. In the case that a vendor in some municipalities has to be certified by that particular fire alarm division in order to access the municipal-owned firebox, place it on manual, go in and work on the system within a timely fashion by, the code and everything, and replace the box back on from manual back onto automatic. This does nothing to alleviate the responsibility. Do they still have to notify fire alarm that they're in municipal equipment, that they're isolated that box and made it from automatic to manual? So therefore, the proper transmission of alarm would be generated as what the intention of the fire alarm panel is to do.
Thank you very much for the question, Representative O'Brien. And yes, this would have nothing to do with what municipalities or local fire departments require of their service technicians or vendors to work specifically on fire alarm or sprinkler systems or other fixed fire protection systems within their community. So Nashua, for instance, Salem, there's Manchester, there's a lot of departments have what's called a certificate of fitness program, which is allowed under the state fire code now. Those municipalities can continue to have those programs. This would just eliminate the statewide voluntary program.
Other questions? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Marshal Parisi. You mentioned that the original provision was put into, I don't know what, I don't recall the word you used, oversee or investigate bad actors who were doing these kinds of things without proper knowledge. So are you not seeing any evidence of people doing that recently, or?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think that there will always be folks out there that are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. What this does is it leaves it to the municipalities to really enforce that. So a local fire department, for instance, if they don't have a certificate of fitness program, which we encourage them to do, but if they don't have one, then they would need to work with their local law enforcement agency to bring forward some sort of charge to someone who's doing something that they shouldn't be to a fire alarm system under the state fire code, which they can certainly do. But as far as we haven't had when we contacted the fire chiefs regarding this issue, we didn't hear them say that this was going to be a detriment, and they wouldn't, that there were so many folks out there not doing a good job that it was going to be a problem. And it was voluntary anyway, really. The only thing that would have teeth is if it was a mandatory program from the state side.
Thank you. Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with the small towns. the ones that don't have maybe full-time fire departments, and if this would perhaps negatively impact the safety in those communities. I'm wondering who is doing the work on these fire alarm systems, and if the really small fire departments are not going to, I'm just thinking that somebody works on a fire alarm panel. The people who are in that building think that it works fine, and maybe it doesn't because the people who worked on it don't know what they were doing. So who is doing this work, and to what extent are people not qualified to do it?
Thank you for the question, Representative, and it's certainly a fair question. Right now, even with this law in place, nothing prevents anybody from just going in and conducting that kind of work, let's say on a sprinkler system or a fire alarm system. And it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is currently. So it would be up to a local fire official to make sure that the work is being done, in a correct manner. But this particular law, because there's only 20, or there's fewer than 20 folks that are registered in this voluntary program, it really wasn't doing anything anyway. The only folks that were registering were the folks that were on the up and up. So I guess the elimination of this program really doesn't do anything to either help or hurt the situation that you describe. And to really eliminate the problem that you describe, we would need to make this a mandatory program and then have an enforcement mechanism tied to it.
So what kind of people are doing this work?
Well, it depends on what kind of fixed protection system we're talking about. Sprinkler work is typically done by a sprinkler contractor, sometimes a plumber, but typically a sprinkler contractor or a mechanical outfit. Fire alarm work is done either by electricians who, if they're an electrician, typically they're licensed, but there are folks that just do low voltage stuff, such as burglar alarm and fire alarm systems, and they may or may not be licensed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to get a feel for the impact or lack thereof of this, you said there's fewer than 20 that are licensed. Do you have a general feel as to how many people in the state are doing this kind of work? I mean, is this a tiny fraction, less than 20, a tiny fraction of everybody doing this sort of thing?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Yeah, there are hundreds of contractors out there doing this kind of work. And so this is a very small fraction of those that are out there doing the work.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marshall Parisi, you raised a question in my mind. Why are you not asking instead this change to become mandatory?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It's a great question, and I think that someday we will bring this back as a mandatory program. We're just not prepared to do it at this time. And because the administrative rules expired, the correct way to do this is to take the law off the books for now, and then if we want to bring it back, if we can agree with all of the stakeholders to bring it back in a robust way, then I think we will. Clearly, the folks that are committed to fire protection and the folks that are doing it the right way are going to be on board with this. It'll be the fly-by-nights that won't be. So we suspect that we will bring it back at some point. But there will, with that comes, certification or licensing fees and all that sort of stuff. And we just weren't prepared to bring that forward at this time.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to follow up to Representative Schuett's question, if you have 20 or so people right now who have this voluntary certification. And in the next year or two, we were to try to put together a program where people are certified with fees. I'm wondering if it might be better to just let these people might be better to not eliminate this program so that those people who do have this certification can be grandfathered and not have to maybe take a test again or pay a higher fee.
Thank you, Representative. The vast majority of the fewer than 20 that had the certification in the last couple of years, most of those have expired anyway, and then they would be required to take a test to recertify anyway. So even under the voluntary program, it's not just something that they automatically renew. They have to take a test anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Marshal Parisi. And let's see. Mr. Pollack, I believe you're testifying on part 2.
Correct, Madam Chair. The Home Builders Association has no position relative to part 1.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to testify on part 1 of Senate Bill 106? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to part 2, and I call Senator Carson.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Chair. I will introduce the second part of the bill, which is establishing a committee to study adopting changes to the state fire and building codes. Again, this was a request of the state fire marshal. And I'd just like to state that in November of 2018, the House Bill 1254, which, Madam Chair, I believe you were a part of, which was the committee to study the procedures for adoption of national codes by the state of New Hampshire, recommended a standard procedure and timeline for the adoption of codes. The recommendation was that New Hampshire should adopt model codes one cycle behind. We should have adopted the 2018 codes in 2020, but I think because of COVID, that did not happen. And so at this point, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to, again, our state fire marshal to give you an explanation. And I thank you for your time and thank the committee as well.
Thank you, Senator. So Parisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Paul Parisi, and I serve as the State Fire Marshal. It's my privilege to do so. And as Senator Carson indicated, House Bill 1254 did indicate that we should try to the best that we can adopt codes one cycle behind. So this would be the year that we would be looking at adopting the 2018 code here in 2021. We did, you probably remember, we did what we call a double jump in 2015 when we adopted, in 2018 when we adopted the 15 codes, because we came from the 2009 and then we skipped over the 2012 code and went right to the 2015 code. And to do that double jump was a pretty heavy lift to not only from our side to try to put all the pieces together as far as what all the changes were, but also from the contractor's side to have to play that kind of catch up. And certainly there was, there was some struggles in making that happen. But we were able to do it, and it was great. But I think what 1254 highlighted to us was we really need to try to stay more current with the codes, and rather than fall 10 years behind like we did last time, we want to try to be, more in the 3 or so year range. We had originally proposed this bill as let's adopt the 2018 code set. And to do that, the Board of Fire Control and the Building Code Review Board typically dissect both of their codes, and they come forward with some recommendations for amendments to those codes, because there are some parts of the model code that may not work in New Hampshire. So as we've seen before, and we have a whole list of amendments to our model codes. So this year, the Board of Fire Control got out a little bit ahead of the Building Code Review Board. So the Board of Fire Control got the fire code flushed out, and they were ready to go for adoption this year. The Building Code Review Board, primarily due to COVID, just was unable to put it, get the final report done. So they're not quite ready to move forward with the adoption just yet. So, we could, suggest that we split the baby, so to speak, and say adopt the fire code, and we'll catch up with the building code later. But I think that really the wise thing to do is keep them together as much as we possibly can and adopt the fire and building codes together. So with that, we're supporting this change to a study committee for the building and fire codes with the strong hope and will that that they both get adopted in the next legislative season. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a question. I was on the previous study committee on code process. So is it your intention that this committee would work with the Building Code Review Board and the Fire Control Board to develop legislation for next year, 2022, to go to the 2018 code with the appropriate amendments?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Yes, I think that would exactly be what we'd like to see happen.
Thank you very much. Representative Roy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Marshall Parisi. If we were to separate them out, that would cause problems because there are overlapping fire codes that have implications on regular building codes. Is that correct?
Thank you, Representative Roy. That's correct. We will end up with a conflict. There'll be multiple conflicts. We've done it before, and we got through it, but it does create conflict.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay. I think that. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pollack.
Good morning again. For your record, I'm Ari Pollack of Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, here as a lobbyist for the New Hampshire Home Builders. Again, I'm adding my voice to the chorus of support for this bill, code related. I agree with the procedural history provided by Senator Carson and Fire Marshal Parisi. And I also agree it didn't take us very long to ride off the rails of former House Bill 1254, but such is life in a pandemic. There are some inconsistencies between the 2018 building codes and the 2018 fire codes that in a more normal setting would have been able to be worked out behind the scenes, but that work remains in progress today. And in fact, there is a joint committee on codes that has had several meetings already to do that work. And it's my hope as a stakeholder or representing a stakeholder in the conversation that the legislative committee that's formed by this bill can preside over those discussions and exactly as was asked earlier, fashion a bill for next year so that those codes can move forward. There's no intent to delay. There's no intent to sidetrack. It's just that work needs to be done on those inconsistencies, as Representative Roy mentioned, because it's very difficult to handle those inconsistencies in the field when you have officials with concurrent jurisdiction. I'm happy to take any questions, but we are in support of Part 2 of Senate Bill 106. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned a joint committee on codes, and what is that made up of, and what would that committee's relationship be with the proposed one?
So I believe it is a statutory committee comprised of officials from the building officials and the fire officials, stakeholders such as the Home Builders Association often attend those meetings and listen to the content, but I believe it is primarily a forum to iron out these inconsistencies and to try and have their respective other statutory boards, such as the Building Code Review Board and or the Fire Control Board, make amendments to the model codes so that they not only conform to New Hampshire's practices and specific needs, but also iron out those inconsistencies.
Follow up?
So how would you see, that committee interacting with the proposed new one? And how's this all going to work?
The new one would be comprised of legislators who would be educated on the issues so that a bill could come forward and the inconsistencies be explained as part of the legislative process. That the other joint committee is administrative. They're not staffed by legislators.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any.
Thank you.
Mr. Pollock, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 106? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 106. The committee will resume at 1:15 with a hearing on Senate Bill 42. Good afternoon, welcome back. And I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 42, and I call Senator Reagan.
Good afternoon, members of House Executive Departments and Administration. I'm pleased to bring to you today Senate Bill 42. And Senate Bill 42 corrects an omission to what is already an RSA, and it adds to the RSA that public officials are barred from contracting or buying or selling anything in excess of $200 without an open competitive bid.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes. Representative Schmidt, of course, is going to step in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome back to House eDNA, Senator.
Pleasure to be here.
I remember well those days when you served with us for 4 years, and you've gone on to bigger and better things. Anyway, my question for you, sir, is are we currently experiencing abuse of this situation, or is this more of a hypothetical which nevertheless needs to be addressed?
No, it's actually occurred in a town.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at this, just for some clarity, and apologize ahead of time here. So when it talks about buying real estate, that would not put you in a situation where you would just buy real estate that was listed in an MLS or anything publicly available for sale, correct?
Yeah, that seems to be correct.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The other clarity I'm just looking for here is when you talk about providing services in excess of $200, and it says political subdivision under which he or she holds public office. So as a state representative, that would mean I couldn't offer services to the town of Derry unless I represent Derry. I couldn't offer services to the town of Derry unless those were in a competitive bidding, but I could, let's say, for the town of Raymond?
Yes, you have no control of what the town of Raymond does.
Right.
But it means that the selectmen in Derry would not be able to hire one of themselves as, say, their auditor.
Okay, how would that affect a county official? Would that would apply countywide as well?
Any political subdivision, yes, sir. But that would only affect county officials. So we elect a county commissioner. They can't provide, like I said, the audit services to the county. They can't act. So this simply expands the current ban on selling goods or commodities to providing services, which are much more prevalent than they used to be. Okay. All right, Representative Judy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Reagan, nice to see you. I heard, Madam Chair, Senator Reagan said $200, but I missed the part of the $200. For what, please?
Senator?
Can you repeat? I'm not understanding your question.
If I may, the question was the $200 is for what?
Any service.
any service. All right, so thank you very much.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I think a practical example that might help with that is, the Board of Selectmen could not hire one of the selectmen to do plowing for the town, for example, as a service, something like that. It might be a real issue.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Representative Brody.
Thank you, Representative Quota.
Thank you. Well, they could provide the service if they participated in a bidding process. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Shewitt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It occurs to me that, for example, Representative Pearson, who is a firefighter, if he wanted to, say, work part-time as an EMT in his town, I don't know for sure what Derry has, but in my town, we just have a call fire department or volunteer fire department that gets paid by call. Would he be in violation of this if he did that, say, on a part-time basis?
That would be a contractual obligation on his part. He's contracting with the town to perform that service.
Right. So would that be in violation of this?
No.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Reagan, I'm wondering if when you heard this in the Senate, if there was any discussion or if you have any suggestions about either raising that $200 to a higher level, or the other issue was it sounds like if you were talking about snow plowing, that if they were doing it on a per storm basis, that it could be like $190 each time, and they might do it 10 times in a winter. Was there any discussion of that?
No, if your Board of Selectmen is that devious, I don't know what you do to stop that.
Thank you.
Representative Schultz?
Thank you for taking my question. I was just trying to find the answer on my own, but I have not found the answer, so maybe you can help me. I see that this is in the section regarding the general court. Would this need to be disclosed if someone did receive a contract or sell a property and all the things that you've outlined? Would it need to be a part of the disclosure statement process, or in what way is that disclosed?
I believe there's a threshold for that.
What do you, if you don't mind me asking, what do you mean by that? You mean the dollar amount?
There's a threshold amount that we report when we disclose.
And it would automatically be in our financial reportings anyway, is what I think you're saying.
It might be, yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a statement that, somebody was acting as an EMT, maybe on a contract basis. And I think that might still be included, I'm not sure, because it says contract or otherwise, except by open competitive bidding. I don't know, if there's a standard amount they're going to pay, per hour, let's say, whether there'd be any problem with, let's say Representative Pearson doing that kind of work in Derry. It's not clear to me whether that would be okay or not.
If I could.
Representative Roy has an answer, I think.
If you're talking about the firefighting duties, if you were to volunteer or work part-time, I think by its nature, it's not a contractual, and putting out to bid to fill positions. You see what I mean with the difference in the nature of the two things?
It says by contract or otherwise, which seems pretty inclusive. I mean, I support this in general. I'm just wondering what the implications might be on that kind of edge situation.
Thank you. Senator Reagan, do you have any wisdom for us?
I would think it'd be in a position of other people not being available to compete for employment. And that'd be a decision for whatever the governing body was.
Representative Fontenot?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I think my question went back to the same as Representative Lekis regarding that that clause that says by contract or otherwise. And then it says except by open competitive bidding, and I'm wondering if there's an explanation or a definition for exactly what that means by open competitive bidding. Does that mean that the position or has been advertised at a certain in a certain medium, or is there some written constraints to that open competitive bidding clause?
I don't know how they do it now.
Representative Allegro, do you have some wisdom for us on that?
Yeah, I don't have the certain answer to that, but I know that virtually every state agency and institution has a definition for what open and competitive bidding is. So I think it will be covered.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Senator Reagan? Thank you for showing up, Senator, and for humoring us with these questions.
Good to be here.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on Senate Bill 42? I don't see any hands, so I'm closing the public hearing. Okay, Representative Roy has moved on to pass on Senate Bill 42. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Allegro seconds. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just briefly. I had introduced last term similar legislation regarding, except for the opposite, with public employees accepting things from private businesses. I think that anytime that we have an opportunity to prevent even the appearance of impropriety in public offices, we should jump at that. I think the concern about employment is a little bit of a stretch, because when you hire people, you automatically you put it out there for positions, and there's laws that cover discrimination or already that cover nepotism and things like this. So I feel like, unless it's a position that was created just for that public employee and no one else could apply for it, you wouldn't run into a problem with this. And if that was the case, you would want to run into this problem. So I just don't see that as a big impediment. And like I said, it's more important to alleviate the appearance of impropriety in public office.
Representative Allegro, do you wish to speak to your second?
Yeah, just briefly, this is an issue of, oh gosh, you just drove it in my head because you said it. And you said basically what I wanted to say, but in a couple of rare cases where there may be employment issues, the bottom line is, just going back to the one concern that people seem to have, was that all of these positions are going to be covered by equal employment opportunity regulations. And so avoiding conflict of interest is the word I'm looking for. Even if in a couple of rare cases where things are on the borderline between contract and employment, there's always the next town over, and it's better to avoid the conflict of interest issue, as Representative Roy said. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you. I find this really interesting and overall do like the bill. I think I would be more supportive of it if we could amend it to either somehow make the disclosure of being one of the categories of elected officials that are in the bill, or some other measure to maybe amend our financial disclosure or possibly file some sort of an ethics form to say that someone has participated in that open bid process over a certain amount of money, maybe even $200 is too low for, or that is too low of amount for the disclosure, maybe. But I think though this sort of ethics reform is a great start to possibly a handful of ethics reforms we could potentially discuss, and I really like the concept and hope we can maybe find some common ground on more of this at some point in the future.
All right, Representative Sytek?
This is just an expansion of existing policy, right? There's no.
Yes, this merely adds the word services to the
Fine,
existing
okay.
statute.
There's.
Representative Allegro?
Yeah, again, I think this will be covered under all public records rules in almost every imaginable case. Anyway, that's a good point that Representative makes. But again, just like the EEO laws that are already in place, I'm guessing this would all be a matter of public record anyway, so the disclosure is automatic. I may be incorrect in that, but that's what I would expect.
Okay. Representative Lucas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if the concern is our disclosure, if I recall correctly, we only have to disclose sources of income of $10,000 or more. And so, if we're getting paid more than that, let's say you had a contract, with the town to do something, and it was competitive bidding, it was fine. If you got more than $10,000 for it, maybe you've got a paving company and you're doing paving for the town. If it's above that limit, you'd have to disclose it as a representative. My guess is this is more aimed at boards of selectmen or maybe even school boards or whatever, where the person sits on the board directly making the decision on how to spend the money. My guess is that's a bigger concern.
As I read it, Representative Lucas, it would not affect us providing services to our towns, because we're not elected to the towns. We are elected to the state, so that we couldn't get a sweetheart consulting contract with HHS or whatever. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the concept of what's going on here, and I definitely agree that this statute should include services. And I'm thinking of it from the perspective of a select board, and when they might want services. And let me start again. So one aspect about this bill before it was amended is it only dealt with things that would be individual transactions, because they're talking about selling real estate, buying goods, buying property and commodities. When you put in the services, you run into a situation where it could be services that are provided weekly. And then I start to wonder about that $200. And if you're going to do something and you get $150 for it, but it's weekly, then it's exempt, but it's a lot for the entire year. So I don't know if that should be changed to $200 per fiscal year. The other thing that just seems like it's an issue is the fact that the limits at which you need to put things out to bid, I'm assuming that those are not set by statute, and they're probably set by the, in towns, they're probably set by the selectmen or by the city alderman. So if we put in a fixed amount, I mean, that could come in conflict with them. I mean, I don't want to see somebody there. Nobody's going to want to put out a bid for something that cost $300 possibly. So that's a concern also. I like the concept. I just think could cause problems. And I'm disappointed that Municipal Services is not here to maybe address those issues.
Representative Roy?
I just wanted to, well, actually, I'll comment on a couple things with the question about the cumulative effect. If you are the person who plows for the town and you get $150 a pop, I would argue that that does fall within that, because if they didn't put it out to bid and it's your job to do it all winter long, you've gone over that because you're the person who plows. If you follow what I'm saying, that's even if it's not a written contract, you're the one who's expected to show up and plow every storm, then you are getting more than $200 because you're doing it over the whole winter. I think you'd be hard pressed to make an argument that, no, I'm only doing it because if they don't put every storm out to bid and you're the one who gets it, that you're clearly the person who's the only one to do it. So yeah, I think that answers that question, I hope.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too had the same concerns as Representative Fellows because of the wording "at any one sale to or from." And that concerns me because it could be anyone who does multiple service contracts with the city or town. It could be someone who owns, for instance, who's a mechanic and repairs vehicles as they see fit or need to come in. And my question would be to this whole statute, and I'm not sure when it was implemented, but is $200 too low of a threshold? Should it be bumped up? Do these cities and towns need to put a competitive bid out for everything that goes over $200, or should it be more of an upper threshold? So those are my concerns. I'm not sure whether we need to look into this a little further than passing it right today. It's not something that's due right away. So I would like to see it researched.
This statute was originally passed in 1941. It was amended in 69, and then in 1975 to raise it from $25 to $200. So it also deleted members of an exception for members of the general court. And that was in 75. So yes, this is a very old statute, and it has not actually been amended very many times for something that old.
So we're looking, the last time the dollar averages moved up was 1979, 74?
75.
So that's dollar value in 75 versus today. That's my question. I think this is a low threshold that it could be moved. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Representative Goley is already exploring the area that I'm interested in. So what is our deadline here? Because I think just one or two questions to people who are even more knowledgeable than we have already been hearing from our own committee members might be helpful if we've got a couple of weeks to kick this around and make sure that we get the dollar amount right. And because otherwise, I think that adding services in is just common sense.
Okay, we may be overthinking it a bit, but we do not have any deadline any near-term deadline on this bill. It's a Senate bill. It's probably sometime in May.
I mean, you know, a lot of these people in these little towns, they donate their services to the town. They do X, Y, and Z. They don't even charge because it goes with the territory. But to the degree that somebody's doing something on a regular basis, providing a service, I think it's appropriate to amend the statute. But I think we have a couple of questions we could farm out to people who do this on a daily basis.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just add my voice to say that I don't see the need to rush to judgment on this. I think we need to look into it a little bit more.
Okay. Representative Lekis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm okay either with it the way it is or fixing some of the things people think are problems, but just for information, $200 in 1975 today is approximately $1,000. It's about 5 times since then.
It's a fairly low threshold.
So if somebody wanted to amend it up 1,000, so equivalent.
Representative Roy?
I'm happy to withdraw my motion if we want to amend the money thing. My only concern is the object of the bill is to actually net as many people as we can that are public officials that are profiting from public money. So by raising the bar, we're gonna affect less people that are getting money from the public coffers, not more. And the object of the bill, I think, is to make sure that anyone who's profiting or may appear to be profiting by their position in public government is disclosed. And there's no law in New Hampshire that requires competitive bidding based on any kind of amount unless it's a public official. So raising that up to $1,000 is, and especially as we'd have to amend the per occurrence thing too, I think, because now, you know, that's a significant amount of money over an extended period of time. I don't know. I just feel like leaving it a low threshold accomplishes the purpose of the bill better than giving them more wiggle room. But that's just my opinion. I'm happy to defer to the majority.
Representative Slytek and then Representative Goldie.
Representative Goldie made the point nobody's going to bid a $300 contract or anything. And I like the idea. Representative Schultz said we need to do some research. I think this is really a feel for it. I don't know that research can be done. $1,000 per year captures Representative Fellows' concern. And if that's the amendment, that would be fine. Speaking for me, that'd be fine to have $1,000 over the year. And that's that.
Okay, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with both Representative Goley and Lakis. I too went to Google and the inflation calculator and then did come up with the $1,000. And if we look back when this bill was originally introduced, the intention was the value of $200. So basically in the maintenance, because of inflation, as time goes on, everything's much more expensive. The $1,000 does make sense to me and keeps in line with what the original bill was intended to do in the beginning. So it's just basically a maintenance issue. Maybe there's other bills that should be taken a look at very similarly. So thank you.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to have some research on what municipalities currently do related to this. Maybe they have some of their own policies in place that have some kind of cap on this. And so I know I can ask my town manager what they do with this situation. Maybe they just need to disclose it. Maybe they just need to adopt a policy on this. Just throwing things out. I don't know exactly what's going on, so I can't propose a fix.
Okay, Representative Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, the problem is like a category one, that services is completely not in the same category with everything else. And so to fix the services, you'd have to put in per year, but you wouldn't be selling real estate, the same piece of real estate ever again, or the same personal property ever again. It doesn't, services doesn't belong with the other things in this bill.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Representative Lakis.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's not quite true. It has commodities. I mean, you could own a quarry in town and you could be selling sand for sanding, and that would be an ongoing thing as well. And that is there.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to go back to my original example of, say, if someone who's on the Board of Selectmen owns a garage and does auto repairs for maybe the town cruiser or some of the vehicles in the town. My question is, it says provide services. If he's got to go out and buy a part that's $200 and he doesn't know the cost until he gets it looked up, and then he still has to provide what it's going to cost for him to do the work on top of that, I would assume that the cost of the part plus what he's providing for a service is a service fee. So with that being said, every time a vehicle is being repaired, does it have to be put on hold and send out to competitive bid before any piece of equipment can be repaired? And that's my concern with this low threshold, whereas $1,000 I think would be more reasonable. Thank you.
Allegro?
I could be mistaken. Thank you for recognizing me, but I think we're losing focus on what the purpose of this bill is for, and that's to avoid conflict of interest. So whether it's $200 or $20,000, the town selectman shouldn't be repairing the town's police cars. It's just a conflict of interest. So I think the $200 is almost just a nominal throwout there. As far as I'm concerned, it could just as well be zero. Thank you.
Representative Baroda?
I understand what Representative Goley is saying, and I also understand what Representative Allegro is saying. And I think that in many situations, in many towns that are large enough, there's going to be ample people to do work, right? It doesn't have to be the Board of Selectmen that does the stuff, but in smaller towns, it may be that way. So I think I agree that I agree with Representative Fellows that we should just scope it out on the smaller town levels to make sure that we're just not impinging on their practices right now. That's all.
Okay. Representative Allegro?
Thank you. Again, I come from a pretty small town, Campton, and Thornton is less than 5 minutes away. If we can't get the cruiser fixed in Campton, it's really not a problem to go over to Thornton where the work belongs anyway, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know that in my town, we have a town report every year that lists the major contracts and even the smaller contracts and who got paid what for services. So you could see that the road agent made so much and the fire chief got paid so much for regular stuff and so much for details. So that information is published. But if you've got the selectmen out there with essentially a contract to maintain the police cruiser, that is seems like a conflict of interest. I mean, if you're talking about a contract to do all the maintenance, and in charge individually, that should be going on to
I would also add that with Representative Goley's example, I'm unaware of any town that handles their repairs for their vehicles on a per vehicle basis. Generally, they have an agreement or a contract with one mechanic or service provider that handles all of their repairs. I couldn't envision whether the cruiser's broke, let's see who we can get to repair it. They generally have someone that they send their work to. So I don't know if that's an appropriate example.
Okay. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While it is an example and a hypothetical example, it could very well happen. And to Representative Allegro's scenario, that going from Campton to Thornton to get something repaired could end up costing your town more money to have to go out of the town versus taking care of it in town. So that's not as good an example either. If it's a competitive bid and it's a lower contract, I would think you would want to keep it in your town. Thank you.
Is that Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can tell you little towns, they like to support the local businesses if they can do that. The other thing that comes to mind is what if let's deal with the auto repair issue. So what if it's a business that's an LLC or it's incorporated and it's owned or partly owned by a person who's on the select board? So is that the same as paying on the books? You wouldn't know what was going on. Is that okay if you're paying a business versus an individual that's on the select
I would-
board? There just seems like a lot of issues.
Get deep into the weeds.
Yeah.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So I said before, I'd be okay passing this the way it is, or if somebody wants to amend it, but, I would think that if there is a violation, somebody's gonna have to, how would it be enforced? I assume somebody would have to bring it up and although I don't generally like leaving things to the court, some of these fine details, I don't think we can think of all of them. And that's the sort of thing that the courts would end up dealing with if there was a case brought. We can't solve everything here, I don't think.
I kind of think we're the wrong group to deal with this. This should be in municipal and county rather than on this committee, because this sounds like the sort of things that municipal and county deals with. So we're kind of out of our depth. Representative Roy, if you will withdraw your motion, I think that would be the best action to take. And we will see if we can,
Sure, I'll be happy to withdraw.
okay.
So you're gonna transfer it to municipal county if you can.
I'll try, but we held a hearing, so we may not be able to. But we can certainly go consult.
Yeah.
And we should all talk to our towns and say, because this law's been on the book for 80 years, all right? Your town should know how they deal with it. And
Hi, Lisa, it's Mike O'Brien. How are you?
yes, Mike, if you would.
Yeah, I booked a MRI for tomorrow, so I had to take that call.
All right, glad to.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said, we're glad to hear you're okay. But yeah, we should each do some research on how this is handled now, because these issues should not be new. And it's only the question of whether it's, whether you're delivering a case of milk to the town offices every week or whatever, or auditing the books.
Anything we do will be an improvement. It may not be the best improvement, but if we don't do anything, it's worse than not making a small improvement.
Right.
So let's pull some of the weeds out here.
But we do have a month or so
Okay.
to do some research before we decide that we'll just take the bills.
That's fine.
All right, so everybody research your issues, and we'll see what happens. Yes, Representative Fellows.
I would just like to say that if you're going to talk to your town managers, one of the things might be to ask them if they have a policy about this, not just the issue of the dollar limit, because they may be handling it some other way in terms of disclosure, maybe.
They should be handling it some way. We don't know exactly how. All right, well, that was education. We'll say that. Yep.
And we hardly looked at the issue at all.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I'm joking. I'm joking. It would make a great topic for what I did with my summer.
Excellent.
Madam Chairman, would you like me to contact the municipal association and see if they have some insight on these questions?
Yes, please. That would be delightful.
Okay, great. And anything else, let me know what I can do.
I think they should have general information on how this is covered right now, and they may know if there's issues with it.
Okay.
But we would talk to our town managers or selectmen.
Absolutely.
Something we do anyway, I hope.
Okay.
We have a few minutes until 2 o'clock when we're hearing our second non-germane amendment on House Bill 141. Did you wish to make a motion, Representative Lucas?
What did you anticipate?
106.
I couldn't hear what that was.
He hasn't made the motion yet. He's agreeing that he will make it.
wasn't actually planning on doing a motion on this one.
Okay, that's sorry, if you're not letting on, we'll just take a break.
Somebody else wants to. Actually, sorry. I was thinking about the other bill, if it's okay, I'll make a not to pass motion on HB 106 or SB 106.
All right, I'll second that. So on Senate Bill 106, Representative Lekis moves not to pass. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I mean, there's two parts to this. Repealing the voluntary fire service equipment certification seems like something we should do since it's accomplishing basically nothing. There's only a tiny fraction of the people installing the equipment who get it, and so it's providing no benefit at this time. And part two, as I understand it, there are boards that review the fire code and the building code, but having a committee of legislators involved and presumably following that process, and then, you know, creating and or reviewing any legislation to implement, I think is a good idea, because it's not a simple topic.
Yes. I'd like to add on regard that committee. The last time we updated the building codes, it came through ED&A, and even with the support of the Building Code Review Board and the Fire Marshal and some members of the committee who were very knowledgeable about codes, it took us a great deal of effort to resolve some of the conflicts that the political conflicts in the building code, less so in the fire code, fortunately, and then the conflicts between the fire code and the building code. And having a smaller, probably somewhat more knowledgeable group would be helpful. And regarding the voluntary fire service equipment, if essentially the fire marshal is saying the program at this point is not worth going through rule writing and their current rules have expired. If they don't want, it's just not worth the effort. And the stakeholders do not seem to care about the process. So if nobody wants it, let's get rid of it. And if we need to deal with it later, we will. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of sounding like someone who has her feet mired in mud, I was hoping that we could wait on this a little bit. I had attempted to reach out over the weekend to the fire chief in my town and have been unable to make contact with him, particularly concern as to the voluntary fire service equipment. I just wanted to have a conversation with him and have been unable to do that as yet. So was hoping I could put off making a decision on that part of this bill. I'm certainly in favor of the other section.
Representative Broda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we, I'm just thinking of the timing. I'm fine with the bill, but I'm trying to. The committee basically would be in charge of assessing what would need to get done in adopting the state fire codes and the state building codes because of potential points of conflict between the two, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Also,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
So amendments that are political in nature to some degree.
Okay. Now, they would have until November of this year to put this together for the 2018 fire codes, correct?
Correct. And
then we would put into legislation adopting the 2018 fire codes in the 2022 year. Correct?
Yes.
So then we would do this subsequently with every adoption of the upcoming fire code. Is that correct?
We would do something, either this separate committee, or we could have had a bill in this year that to study it. But between, we should have done it this year.
Yeah.
But some things have gotten slower because of COVID. But so the 2021 code should be adopted in 24.
Correct. And so this is what I'm thinking. Is it possible, not that I want to make this longer, but is it possible to, as this bill stands, is this commission or this study committee, is it a once?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that we would make this, or do you recommend that we do this just every time we have to redo the fire codes? We're just going to initiate this committee? Or do we want to make this something that's going to happen the year before we adopt the codes?
I think it's something that we can ask that the committee just to include in this report. How do they deal with the next update?
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that, because I think it's, rather, because it's not that one of us might forget, or, just how that goes.
Okay. Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask you about the fact that this committee that's proposed has 3 senators and 3 House representatives, and I rarely see that on committees. Usually it's only 1 senator. Just, can you tell me if that's unusual or it makes sense to you to have 3?
It means the Senate is taking it seriously, and it probably means they've got 3 volunteers lined up. I mean, that's that they don't, 3 senators, if they don't have 3 senators ready to do the work. Follow up? Representative Blackus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I correct in my understanding that whatever this committee comes up with as far as proposal would still go through the normal process and come to EDNA and hearing and all of that?
Oh, yes, they'll just have, their report will say, these are our recommendations, and they'll incorporate it in Bill 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? See. All right, the motion is offered.
I guess I do want to ask this question. As a matter of courtesy, how strongly does Representative Schuett feel about this? Because it'd be nice to clear the text, but if she's really hot about it, I would be in favor of special ordering in effect. So that's really my question to her. Do you mind if we? Well, second answer.
Representative Schuett.
That was not a comment.
Okay, I apologize.
It's a question. Representative Schuett.
Yes. Well, I don't know, because as I said, I've been unable to make contact with my chief in my town for these last 4 days. I've been trying. And I don't know if he feels that it's no problem, then I would say it's no problem. But if I talk to him this afternoon or tomorrow, and we've already made this ought to pass, and he says, oh no, this is a big problem in our town, then I'm going to be conflicted. So I don't know how to answer your question exactly, but like I said, I just was hoping where we didn't act on it this morning right after the hearing, that I could have a chance to talk to him about it.
Is there anyone else who feels that way? Blackus?
Yeah, my only question is, if we did delay, and I was not objecting to that, but if we did delay, I don't know what the process is going to be and when this would actually go into effect. My only concern, and maybe it's not an issue, is that this committee, if we form it, has enough time to do what's likely to be a complicated job. I don't know how much delay it be though.
Well, we're going to miss at least 2 weeks. Probably more likely 3 or 4. But yes, it is going to be a complicated job, and I am taking notes on who's expressed interest in serving on that committee, because I'm afraid I'm not going to have time. Okay. Anyone else have a comment, question? All right, in that case, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Lekes. And the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
clerk votes no. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakovovich is not here.
Is he?
Oh, he is here.
Yes.
Representative Lekes,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo-Nastasi,
Yes.
Representative Goli,
Regrettably, no.
that's a no, Representative,
No.
Representative Schuett,
Again, I just voting no, like I said, on that one section of the bill.
well, you gotta take the whole meeting.
Omnibuses.
Representative Judy,
No, Mr.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Fontenot,
Yes.
Representative Groden,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
No.
Chair,
I vote yes.
uh, 12 positive, 12 ayes, 7 nays.
All right, I think that I'm going to hold on to this so that people can, I don't think we should put this out with a fight when we're in general agreement on the bill. We merely have a few minor questions that a couple of people want to talk about. So I will hold on to it, and we can reconsider that motion at our next executive session, or we can just let it go. But I'm not going to send it forward right now. That's
I
it.
appreciate that very much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
On the previous bill that I withdrew my motion on, would it be appropriate to retain that bill? Could we retain that bill? Because as I do research, I think that it does need to address it.
I'm having a hard time hearing the conversation.
That was on which bills? 42?
Yeah.
We don't have to vote to retain it yet. We do have, I think, a month before we have to vote it out. So we all go talk to our selectmen if there's any, and our researcher is going to check with the municipal association. And if we still have questions next time we bring it up, then yes, we can retain it then. But I think we can find out a lot in a couple of weeks. Representative Schultz, do you have a question?
I do, about something totally different. I just.
Excuse me, if it's totally different, can we go to the public hearing that we've run in?
Sure.
Oh,
Please, yes.
all right. It being after 2 o'clock, I'm opening the public hearing on the non-germane amendment to House Bill 141. And I would call on Representative Pearson, who is the sponsor of the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the EDNA committee. As discussed before, when we looked at this issue, there was a great amount of discussion regarding a municipality or a county's ability to miraculously erase their pension debt. So in an incredible amount of very quick work, in an attempt to get this ready for Monday, I contacted the retirement system as well as some other stakeholders to get their gist of how that should look. One of the things that I've learned being on this committee is it is always best to make sure the retirement system is happy with the language you're about to bring forward, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to have to interpret it. So in consultation with the New Hampshire retirement system and in discussions with Marty Carland and subsequently, members of that office, they came up with some language that was attached to the bottom of the original non-germane amendment that basically just says if you are going to exempt your county or municipal chief administrative officer, that you are still going to be required to pay your portion of the unfunded liability based on that salary moving forward until such time is that unfunded liability is exhausted. This was done specifically to try to deal with some of the questions that were brought up during the discussion of this in reference to, how could a position like this have its debt paid off and then moving forward be, required to pay debt, and what happens, one versus the other, and the complications with that. So the retirement system found it would be the easiest and the fairest to just have that particular governmental body continue to pay the unfunded liability portion only of that position that has now been removed from the basically decertifying the position as a pension position. I hope I made that as complicated as I could.
Thank you, Representative Pearson. You did an excellent job. Are there any questions for Representative Pearson? Representative Schuett.
Thank you. Representative Pearson, I do take exception to your position that this would be decertifying that position. My understanding is that it would just be for the time that that individual holds the position.
You're correct. You are correct. It would just be true temporarily. Yes, the option for the next person in that position to be in the retirement system would exist.
Correct, and I would hope that many people would want to take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. It's important because if the position is still in the retirement system, it's only the individual person who is not.
Correct.
No one else has signed up. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment? Mr. Carlin, but of course. Representative Schmidt, did you have a question for Representative Pearson or for Mr. Carlin?
I don't know what Mr. Carlin is going to have to say, but there's an issue I wanted to make a comment, but I want to hear from Marty.
We're working on getting him in, so I thought a brief.
Well, then if we're hung up for a moment, I can speak to my concern, and no, as the chairman of the Stratford County delegation, I know what it means to have longer serving individuals in our staffing of the county. We have a county administrator who is also the nursing home administrator, and he's been in the position for about 30 years. It was kind of casually suggested that nobody's irreplaceable, and of course nobody is irreplaceable, but this gentleman is enormously dedicated to our county and does a phenomenal job. I know what it's like to have somebody who is excellent and how important key positions are. Those of us who've been in the House for a while know examples of staffers who are maybe not irreplaceable, but you really hate to lose them. So to the degree that Merrimack County has found somebody that has a pretty solid record, I'll put it that way, to the idea that we might, by doing what we're thinking of doing, that we might cost them that person's, interest and willingness to continue to serve. That is a considerable negative aspect of the whole situation.
I think that's a very valid comment, but it's more appropriate for an executive session than the public.
I understand that. That's, if we got Marty Carlin, let's hear from him.
Mr. Carlin, if you would speak to us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to sign on in case anybody had any questions. Based on the public hearing last week and some of the comments made by members about the desire to ensure that the employer exempting the position still pays towards the liability, and then in subsequent conversations with both Representative Pearson and Representative Schuett, we looked for some language that would that we could administer that would meet that goal. And actually the assessment in the amendment is similar to language that was in an unsuccessful bill from several years ago about retirees working part-time for participating employers. And at that time, we had done a analysis of legally if we could charge the unfunded piece to the employer in these cases, and determined that our interpretation of the law was that we could. And we also looked at whether we could efficiently administer that surcharge through the current monthly contribution reporting. And we think, with some modifications, we could do that so it wouldn't produce a terribly undue burden on either the retirement system or the county or municipality to contribute. So I just wanted to clarify that we do not have a position on either the original amendment or this one. It's a policy decision that is within all of your purviews to decide if this is a sensible course of action. But again, I just wanted to sign up to kind of state where where NHRS is with that and answer any questions if anybody has any.
Are there any questions for Mr. Carlin? Seeing none, thank you for that exposition.
Thank you.
Well, just have no place to go.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment to House Bill 141? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And Representative Pearson, you have a motion.
Yes, I would like to move the amendment.
Second.
Okay. You wish to speak to your motion?
Well, we did a fairly exhaustive discussion on this both earlier and today, so I think we're good.
Senator Gawley?
I think we've covered everything that needs to be said.
Is there anyone else who disagrees and wishes to say something? Not sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just state that the original reason that I put this in was for the administrative officer for Merrimack County. I have since learned that the county was afraid that by the time this bill goes through the process, the time frame is going to be beyond what they had hoped for. So they are pursuing some other means to accommodate this employee and make it work. But I do support this amendment as a small manner to fix some of the lack of funding that's going forward for the UAL.
Anyone else? Representative Fellows.
I just have a question. Is there any retroactive aspect to this? You know, if there's currently, okay.
It only applies to contracts entered in after the effective date of this legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right. In that case, the motion is to adopt Amendment 0877H onto House Bill 141.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich. Would you repeat that squeal? As a drone.
He's muted. I don't think he can unmute himself. I don't know.
Well,
can you give us a thumbs up or down?
We'll Representative Yakubovich, if you could work on unmuting yourself, we'll come back to you.
Representative Lekis. Yes. Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Bowie.
Yes.
Representative Short.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Brody.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Representative Yakubovich.
Oh, yes, Yakubovich, are you?
Yes, thank you.
I vote yes.
Chair votes yes, 19-0 on the amendment.
Excellent. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I would like to vote auto pass with amendment on House Bill 141.
Second.
That's Representative Goley?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do not.
Okay. Representative Goley?
I think enough has been said.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? In that case, the motion is ought to pass with amendment 0877 on House Bill 141, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Bowie.
Yes.
Representative Short.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Fontenot.
Yes.
Representative Rhoda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
It is the same 19-0.
All right. Does anyone object to consent? All right. Hearing none, I'll put it on consent. And Pearson, your report at your very earliest convenience. And I'd like to thank you all for completing all of our House bills in a very timely manner. And we actually got 2 Senate bills as well, so we're way ahead of the curve. We have 2 Senate bills that we've heard that are, we each need to do some research. So we'll get back. We're going to take next week off, and then we have a week with 3 days of session, and then we'll get back the week after that. So Representative Schultz.
Okay, here's my out of left field question or FYI from folks, and I should give you background of why I'm even asking this. I happen to live near my state representative who happens to also serve on finance, and apparently they are taking up an amendment proposed by, I think, Representative Ober, that addresses the same topic that our emergency executive order bill that we passed. I thought that was interesting, and I just was curious to know if anyone had heard of that before our vote. Yeah, I don't think anybody.
Referring to House Bill 417 or House Bill 63?
It's an amendment to, I believe it comes into HB2.
No, I understand, but is it the content that was in 63 or 417?
Oh, you know, I did hear what their amendment was, but I don't remember if it mirrored one of the bills we didn't pass.
Follow up.
It very well may be.
What I heard from, I heard that, and I'm not certain, but I heard it was 63. I haven't heard anything about anything like 417 being included in HB2.
I just thought it was interesting, given that we literally had just passed it by almost unanimous consent, and I just was overhearing this while visiting my neighbor, who happens to also be a state rep.
It is not at all uncommon for bills that the House feels the governor or the Senate might not be happy with to be included in the budget. Everybody does it. And so if they've decided that 417 is important enough to some members of finance, they'll try and get it included in the amendment. But it's got to go through their committee and the House. So we'll see what comes out of there.
Right. Thank you. That I just was curious. Thanks for taking my question, I guess it is. Thank you.
Representative Schmidt, you had a comment?
We had a bill a few minutes ago where the committee was basically supportive of the concept, but wanted some additional information. If you recall, the ultimate vote was like 12-7 or something like that. And you said you were going to hang on to the bill. And I'm just wondering whether that could potentially get you or the committee in a little bit of hot water. And if so, we could always do reconsideration right now and leave it open and then vote subsequently on it, if that would potentially alleviate that potential problem.
I don't think you get me into trouble, Representative Schmidt, because it's not up against a deadline. We have plenty of time on that. And there is no necessity to put any House bill, any Senate bills through to the calendar. And I think the staff has enough to do with the House bills. Representative Saito?
Representative Schmidt, it simply can't be done. I'm out of forms.
Okay, well, I'm fine with leaving it the way it is because you're going to hang on to it. And the people who had questions are going to ask them. Maybe they'll get the answers, and then we'll know how to proceed next week. I'm completely okay with it. I already voted for the bill.
Okay,
so.
Representative Legas?
Just wanted to verify that you do not need a report for 106 until you do decide to do something with it.
106.
That's the one we're going to hold on to.
Oh, yeah, that one. No, you could, of course.
Given there could be changes even. So.
Exactly, yes. You don't want to write it before you know if there's an amendment.
Okay, just want to make sure.
No, but again, I am very, very pleased that we've got all the House bills through on schedule, and I will see you all on the 6th, 7th, and 8th. where we will be enjoying
With
these.
it, if the creek don't rise.
Even if it